I'm gonna be looking at this Wii U again. Now, I mean, the disk drive's not working. I didn't really leave great notes, so I wanted to peer at it again to see if it's actually something I can fix, or if it needs replacements. This was sort of in my earlier days of taking notes, as weird as that sounds. But I did notice that this thing has a pretty good road rash right there at the very end. This entire corner is like ground down. So I don't have this thing synced, but I can at least turn it on. Notes don't indicate that I mean, this is literally the extent of my notes, just a little tiny receipt. I'm aiming to change that right now, actually. Adds a few more detailed notes. And I need to pair the Wii gamepad. Heart, heart, spade, spade. Need to write that down. I'll take a minute. And there is an extra screw that I had that I'll have to remarry with it. I don't want to log into Nintendo ID. Okay. Noted disk drive problems, just whatever not working is. So it's dead. So it's not taking in a disk. It's not ejecting a disk. I don't know if I disconnected it or what's going on there. And it's also possible this was one of the disk drives I pulled apart and made worse. So I hope to alleviate that. Ground down edge above Nintendo logo on the housing. Disk drive is unresponsive. Not even responding to eject button. Okay. Now I'll start peeling this apart and seeing what I can get from this. Or if I make any headway. Use the double decker. I'm guessing I cleared the CMOS battery. If it's still in there, I would have probably tossed it if it wasn't. Eh, 3 volts? I can probably turn off this feed. I didn't quite think of that. There it goes. The CMOS battery is still good. It's got 3 volts in it. CMOS is still good at 3 volts. Short, long. I'm pretty sure I already cleaned this console. I should write that down. I mean, just in appearances, it looks awful, but I mean, clean. As clean as I can get it. I'm not missing a screw. Oh, okay, it's just the side vent was being a bit of a bitch. And I know these feet kind of hold on as well. Gotta kind of push them up. And I know these consoles have been sitting... Okay, it looks like they are cleaned. So what did I say this screw was for? I think I said it was for the front panel. And since I'm only getting the DVD drive out, I don't have to go too much further than this. Yeah, right there. Now, did I just leave it unplugged? No. Whoa! Okay. Just simple plug in and unplug just to see if that does anything. Okay. I don't even hear the disk drive. There's just nothing going on here. And the power light was flashing red. Oh, it just like shuts down. Did I not? Is there something wrong with the plug? Did I not plug it in correctly? It's a really awkward kind of ribbon cable. Maybe I put it in the wrong way? I think it might be this way. It's interesting that the side of the ribbon cable, what side matters. Yeah, the directionality of that ribbon cable does indeed matter. It is powering up, but again, I hear nothing from the disk drive. Just nothing. I gotta be really careful with that front panel ribbon cable. I wonder, can I turn it on via the gamepad? Even without the front panel, because I really don't like messing with that front panel ribbon cable if I don't have to. Yeah, it did kick on. It's blowing. Yep, and it's booting. So I'm pretty sure I would hear the I would hear the disk drive without the front panel. That shouldn't be part of that. I mean, I do kind of want to keep this console close, but I can't necessarily have it on my space at the same time. I wonder if this ribbon cable's damaged. That would kind of explain why it works one way and not the other. It seems a bit odd that this thing would have directionality when it should be the same exact plug. I mean, unless I'm looking at it wrong. Do a millimeter. It's about 14.5 millimeters. And yeah, it's 14.5 millimeters. So I'm wondering if it's this little ribbon cable. And I mean, it might not manifest symptoms until I bend it. Let me do some investigation manually through my microscope. I got a stereo microscope. I can view these things a lot better with it. See if I see anything. Because I have some idea of what it might be. Let's just see if there's anything that's like, yeah, that's totally boned. The ribbon cables that have this, like, black stuff on it are usually pretty robust. It looks fine underneath. Wait a second. That is crazy. Is it just those three ribbon? Those three? I'll bring out my digital microscope. I should be able to see it under that, but that is insane. That can't be. Or wait, are these the spaces between the traces? Oh, okay, those are the spaces between the traces. Okay, I was looking at the wrong one. So these traces are pretty darn thick. Okay, let me look at it again. Does that correspond? It's a tiny bit hard to say. I don't think there is any problem with this ribbon cable. What I can do is roll the ribbon cable like onto itself at the bend points and see if I can and just do some like continuity probing. Some microscope grease on my hand. So I might be able to hold this with helping hands. It's a bit violent for a ribbon cable. But I think this will be the best way for me to test it. Ribbon cable's fine, and I think if I remember correctly, I think I did swap the ribbon cables with another, or with the other disk drive, and it didn't work. This, I mean, this is just another nail in that coffin, I suppose. So what and why does this thing not respond? Okay, let me swap over to the violet side. Um... I feel like I remember probing this. Just gonna keep seeing if there's anything just wildly obvious that happens. Not gonna touch anything. Gonna power it on via the remote or the game controller. Not even a budge out of the disk drive. Still nothing. I'm gonna turn the console off. Okay, I guess I'll start working backwards. Let's look at the plug. Ugh. Feel like it's rather unlikely. What are the chances some a solder joint is cracked on that connector? I find unlikely. I need this under a microscope, I think. Just so I know that I'm not... Nothing obvious. I'll look over the motherboard just to see if there's anything that sticks out. Hmm. $232 ohms. I think those might be fuses. Two of them right there. There's a resistor that looks a little weird. I want to check these two fuse looking things. They're fine. That one's fine. That one's probably fine. Let me get the camera out. Here it is. That fuse right there, or not that fuse, that resistor right there, it has a burn spot on it. I think it might have popped. It's a surface mounted resistor with a 100 on it. I think it had 100. Yeah, that doesn't look right. Surface mounted resistor with 100 on the top. Is a 10 ohm resistor. Okay. And I think when I did a resistance value, it measured much higher than 10. I think it was in like the 200s. That might be it. If it's a 10 ohm resistor, that is not 10 ohms. So it was 220. So let me see what happens when I remove it. Does it... I will be bringing that microscope back. I just have to set up my solder stuff. Get some stuff out of the way. Omnivice, where art thou? Here it is. Oh, shit. Omnivice is too tall. But I can use my helping hands. Alright. So I do have 100k ohm resistors. Or 100? I think I said 100k, just 100 ohm resistor. But I think they might be incredibly small. These are 402s. And 402s are very, very tiny. I might be wrong in thinking that these are... Oh, problem. I don't have a 100 ohm resistor. Lowest I have is 1k. Right. That means I gotta go shopping. Yay. I have a really tiny piece of tape that has some resistors on it. I also have some spare boards. I just have a little pocket of spare components. Looks like there are some resistors in here. I mean, it's a little hard based on the color. They kind of remind me of capacitors, not resistors. At least some of them are. I don't think I'm gonna have much luck here. I'm gonna grab my spare board. So I have this like junky child digital camera that I've been yanking components off of, and it has been a godsend finding a lot of weird measured resistors. So now I gotta see if it has a 100 ohm. A 10 ohm, not a 100 ohm. The numbering scheme of resistors is a little odd, but I mean, it works. They don't have enough space to write 100 ohms on the thing. Let's see what I got here. So I'll just be going resistor by resistor and just seeing if I can find one. This is a 500 ohm. Um, $33 ohm? I mean, I wonder if that would be close enough to elicit a response. 10K ohm. A little uncertain on that one, but... $10K. Resistor still there? No, that's an empty pad. It is a 1 ohm. I mean, I'd rather not just have an open circuit. I know that's technically not open, but... wonder if I can find a labeled one. Ooh, that may have been it. No, this is a 1 ohm or 1 ohm. 10K. 500K. 500K. Or maybe some of those may have been capacitors. 10K. Oh, it looks like I did some shuffling around in here. There's probably a 50K somewhere in here. Ooh, I think I have a winner. 14. Can I move it, or is it soldered down? It's that one right there on the end. I think that's my closest one that I'll find. It was 14 ohm, which I think is perfect. I just have to somehow get it. Iron out, not at 450 degrees. Gee willikers. It got stuck on the end of my solder iron, and when I tried to take it off, I kind of yeeted it. So is the way of tiny components, is this it right here? Oh, I think that's it. Yeah, okay, that is it. It's just a little, covered in solder. No matter, I shall get it off. It might be bridging. I'm not going to worry about that quite yet. I just need to make sure I know where it is. Actually, you know what? I am here. I should probably determine, like, what it is. My iron is kind of insanely big, so... I mean, I suppose that works. As long as I don't pull the cap off. Which I need to make sure I didn't. I mean, if this big blob of solder hanging off of it isn't an indicator that the caps are still there, I don't know what is. Let's get a measurement of it. See if I grab the right one, or if because it was in that sort of cluster of resistors, it may have just been shorting in a way that made it or there was a shorter path to resistance than this resistor. All right, I'm having a really hard time. So what I think I'm gonna do is like partially solder it onto the board, this new board, well the disk drive board, and see if I can get a better reading off of it. So the 10 ohm resistor was over here. This will be kind of a hardish. I mean, it's not going to be a hard solder job, but Surface-mounted components are always a little weird. Or it's one of these projects I wish I had hot tweezers. I think those would do very well for this. But, I mean, I have a really fat solder iron. But this resistor read 200 across. I need a little bit of solder. It's like 220 ohms or higher, so I'm going to see if removing this resistor, will that value still be the same? I mean, I put solder on my iron, but my solder is way too high to be useful. There we go. I'd rather not put it upside down. Okay, I'll leave it there. I am getting a little ahead of myself. Let me look at the old resistor. That's this guy right here. See if it actually is alive in any respect. Or is it truly as dead as it looks? Looks like it's burnt through. Oh, interesting. So it is still alive. Is it, or was I just shorting on those vias? I doubt it. They look covered. Because at least from the top, that resistor does not look good. Am I making this much harder on myself? Yes, I am. What I should probably do is just tack it onto this pad real quick, so I can get a stable, like really thorough reading. Like that resistor looks burnt through. I can't exactly prove it, but it's what I see. I should keep it in place. Well, what I should first do is measure these two pads to see if it's still 220. Should, because it's well over the value of this resistor, so that should be unchanged. Hello? Or is there no resistance value? Oh no, maybe it's not. So then this one's reading well over 220. Taking it out of circuit, it's hovering around 25? So why is it over spec'd? Okay. Tack in the new kid on the block to see what I read that out of this little feller. $27. That wasn't what I read on the other board, but again, it was kind of a cluster. Let's just see if this does anything. I mean, worst thing that happens is nothing, and I mean, right now, this thing is spare parts, because I have no idea what's wrong with it. Since I believe the disk drives are married. It's a tiny bit smaller, but it should be able to bridge these 2 points without problems. Ah! I think that looks a lot worse than... I think I scratched away some of the solder mask. I mean, I was gonna say it looks a lot worse that it's not cleaned up. It's not gonna look fantastic. But I mean, it's 27 ohms. I feel like I'm gonna look back in this VOD. I'm just gonna see if I'm not crazy. I swore it was over 200. I'm gonna be looking at this. I just have incredibly small. I measured 223. So I'm not crazy, and I need to clean it. Well, it's now at least, it's not 10K, not a 10 ohm resistor, it's a, well, I guess 27. I don't know what the tolerance is on that. You know what I mean? That does look kind of weird. I need to buy lower valued resistors. It's definitely going to be on one of my AliExpress carts. But it's connected. That's all that matters. It's just those pads are a little bigger now. And there's a smaller resistor there. Okay, well, I can give this a shot and see if the disk drive responds. If not, I'll have to keep probing at it. But that was a kind of like suspicious looking piece. I mean, if that ends up being it, I got pretty lucky through a visual inspection. How did a disk drive burn through a resistor? I mean, random chance, perhaps? Just luck. Just pure dumb luck. Moment of truth. And I guess I didn't really study the circuit too closely. I think the only thing I can think of is if this console took a surge and like tried powering on, and because the console pulses the disk drive, is it perhaps possible it discharged a higher voltage and or just maybe a sudden discharge of voltage into the disk drive? I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. Power? Still nothing. Well, darn. I was hopeful, but I kept my expectations kind of in check. And I mean, I should probably plug in the front panel, just on the off chance that it is somewhat important. Nope, nothing. So I think the only thing I would really be able to do is do a comparative like voltage testing with a similar motherboard or a similar disk drive, because I don't know. I think I remember probing this motor and I didn't note anything. No resistance through the motor. Hmm. Try one more time. Kind of on the off chance. Oh, I think my controller died. I wasn't keeping it plugged in. Nothing. Not a squeak, not a squeal, not even a grunt. So I don't know. I really don't know. Like, aside from doing, again, some comparative voltage testing, I can't say what's wrong with this. I kind of want to keep this burnt resistor just in case. I'll just keep it with the note. Okay, yeah, I think I might just... I don't know what I'm going to do with this. I might have to wait until I can get another one of these disk drives pulled apart, and I can really determine, okay, this versus this, I can start doing voltage comparisons. Because there's really only so much I can do with this board. And it could even be a motherboard problem, but I'm pretty sure these things are married to the motherboard, and I can't exactly just willy-nilly swap it. So I would be a little boned. If I do find another one of these, I can just swap the boards within the internal mechanisms just to confirm that the actual main board is working. But then that runs the risk of me damaging the other console. But I think for now, that's about as much as I can do with this console. I'm just going to have to wait until I get more information or get another similar disk drive. So thankfully in my pile of Wii U's, I have another disk drive that's the exact same model. It's an 03ND. So what I'm going to try and do, I feel like I've done this already, but I'm going to start swapping parts and just see, is this main board good? Is there anything about this main board that can be saved? Is it dead? Is it something with the motherboard? My understanding is this disk drive works fine. So mechanically speaking, it should work. This disk drive is, again, completely unresponsive. So simply, I want to start by just swapping the ribbon cable, the one that connects to the actual motherboard. See if that's actually the problem. I don't think it is. I have no reason to believe that ribbon cable is fouled or damaged in any way that would prevent it from connecting. But start with simple, work to more complex ones later. I will confirm that this motherboard does, or that this disk drive that I'll be sort of using as a test bed still works. I have the console disassembled on the floor, so I should be able to test it just as easily as this one. Here it is again. And this will just be changing the ribbon cable, just to see if I get any life out of it. My gamepad's still synced to this console. So I just need to get a power cable into it. Just see what happens. Okay. It's on, and there's just nothing. No response. I'm gonna let it turn on so I can shut it down. Alright, there it goes. Fans off. So now the game of... I mean, I can just go for broke and just swap the entire motherboard over. Because that would rule out every single component. So here's the other motherboard of the other console, just to make sure that this disk drive is mechanically okay. This one has an SD card in it because the NAND is dead. That is a problem for when I get to it. I can't remotely turn this thing on because I don't have anything connected to it, so... Or I don't have a gamepad synced to it, so I will have to use the front panel. Should be able to mount it like that without it causing any problems, hopefully. I will hold it up before I actually press the power button, just so it doesn't grind on anything. Yep, it booted into ISFX hacks, I think it was called. ISSF hacks. I don't exactly understand why it was named that, but not important. So the disk drive, at least on the surface, it did respawn to the power button. It tried, and it made the noise I expected it to make, considering this is booting into custom firmware, because the NAND is dead. So knowing that the drive is mechanically okay, I should just be able to swap the boards, see if this one's mechanically okay, or if this board can even boot with this. Like, what happens? Like, what will happen to each board if I swap them? So that'll take a little bit here to do.
No, the blueprints are important. I want to keep them as a memento.
I thankfully labeled them so I won't get parts mixed up like I did last time.
I think that should just about do it. It meets the requirements of the contingency plans, so we should be good. I gotta say, it's the strangest feeling, this cross between reality and the intangible. It's drifting between life and death, or in and out of a dream, using my own hands to manipulate illusions that are forever out of reach. Chasing dreams in the most literal sense. Definitely a novel experience. What happens if my spirit just floats away? That won't happen. Anyway, I wouldn't celebrate just yet if I were you. There's likely to be a phase 2 of this project. Alright. I'd better keep my wits about me then.
do the thing I really don't like doing, because the last time I took this off, it caused the disk drive to malfunction. But I mean, I think I'm willing to try. Because I gain nothing by just abandoning a disk drive. I really can't think these things are so delicate. It just doesn't strike me as just like an IR blaster and receiver to detect a disk is sitting, or it's breaking a laser in order to pull the disk in. It shouldn't be that complex that like fiddling it even a little bit out of calibration would screw it up so dramatically. Okay, so this main board is number 2. This is out of the active one I am currently looking at. So I want to put it in here.
Sounds like you really care about her.
Yes, although to be exact, it is a mixture of both concern and curiosity that I feel.
Speaking of Nihita, Paimon was wondering how she's doing.
Wait a moment. I tried calling out to a pet, but there was no response. This can only mean that she is focusing all her energy on taking care of Lesser Lord Kusanali.
This is the donor board. Well, the board from the disk drive that works on the mechanics that I don't know work. Since I need to put the front panel on this console in order to boot it, I'm gonna just put this one aside for now. And focus on the one that I can boot easily. Easily.
I'm glad to know that Sumero has the support of someone like you. At the end of his life, King Deshret tricked the Dendro Dragon into swallowing him whole, leaving her to bear the torment of his sins. The Dendro Dragon despised King Deshret, yet he outwitted her. Rather than bringing disaster to the land, he chose to deceive her and thereby ensure his annihilation. An act that surely displays his love for humanity. The Dendro Dragon stands for the glory of a bygone era. She hated Al-Ahmar and what he represented. All the gods, all the power they wielded. And so, her willingness to help the Dendro Archon through this crisis comes as a great surprise indeed. It makes one wonder whether, perhaps, the Dendro Archon assisted her in the past.
Yep, Nihita did her a huge favor.
I should probably just use the other ribbon cable. Just to eliminate as many erroneous variables as possible. So this main board belongs to this console, and I do not know if this main board works. Or if this main board, like if that burnt resistor is anything to go off of, if it maybe took a surge and killed the one of the main chips. Like, I mean, if it took out this guy, then that console will never have a disk drive. I might be able to reflash disk drives. I think that technology might be around, but then that would also mean sacrificing another disk drive. I don't know if I can buy disk drives off of AliExpress. Okay, this will be for all the marbles. Does motherboard have any life? Or is it just completely dead? Or maybe, or does the daughter board have any life? Does the motherboard even have any life? Like, is it like a difference of voltage? Like, is the disk drive not even getting power? and just nothing. So it is something either with the daughter board or the motherboard. I'm going to let this thing power on, and then I'm going to turn it off. Knowing that, I do want to see if the other drive is mechanically okay. And I mean, at this point, I might as well just leave the motherboards or the daughter boards inside their new respective home. Because I have a gut feeling that it really doesn't matter. Well, they're the same model disk drive, so it doesn't matter. As long as both are mechanically okay, it doesn't really matter which one has which daughter board. The serial numbers might be off, so that might alone be worth going the extra mile, but I feel like a disk drive's a disk drive's a disk drive, so there's something up with that other one. At least this one, I might be able to measure some type of standby voltage just to see if that other drive is getting anything. It's going to be a little hard to test the voltage. I might have to grab the eject button just to see if it is pulsing the disk drive in order to prompt an ejection. And I really don't like manipulating. It's mainly because I don't like manipulating these ribbon cables more than I need to. So if that means sort of leaving the disk drives in where they're at for fear of like damaging these ribbon cables, I think I'm okay with that. Even this one is being a bit of a bore. There we go. Just takes a lot of force to push those ribbon cables in. Okay. Everything's in. So now I'm going to grab the other one. This console does not have any gamepad synced to it. Grab the original ribbon cable from this console. Oh, I kept the front panel connected. Good. This might make plugging in this ribbon cable a little more difficult. The brackets for this disk drive get in the way. I think that's plugged in, so what happens if I press the power button? Nothing, because I don't have the thing plugged in. And as I expect, the disk drive is, at least on baseline, mechanically okay. It did pulse. It went back into ISFX hacks, so it only did a single pulse. So mechanically, this drive is okay. So now I need to figure out why exactly nothing's happening. For this drive, I might want to get a gamepad paired to it so I can navigate menus. I don't have another power brick, so I can't keep them both plugged in at the same time. But what I think I need to do is get to the WiiU main menu, and then I can just start probing this main connector just to see what the difference is. Because right now, I really don't know. It's either the console isn't sending power through the plug to the main board, or to this daughter board, or something else. What's going to make this easier for me is to remove this bracket so I can lay the disk drive down. But I just want to go through the connector and just take voltage readings. I think that's just going to be my best bet. But I'm going to need to get... It's going to jump into ISFX hacks. I can navigate that into... I'm just going to try and find the best way I can mount this. That gives me the most room. Probably something like this. And then I can go like this. That should give me enough slack to do that. Excellent. All right. I need to make note that I am going to be just swapping the drives. Or the drive mechanics. I mean, it's essentially I swapped disk drives. I don't remember what, like, if they're both good. Do they even read disks? I don't know. I'm not getting that far yet. I just need to get... I need to figure out why this one's good and why the other one's bad. And again, if that means kind of sacrificing one for the other... The risk I'm willing to take. Oh, for the pursuit of knowledge. Okay. I remember this one just based off its symptoms. This one has the completely dead NAND. Which I think is 364... the serial number. 3456. This is a different one. Oh yeah, because this is an OS crash. 3456. Swapped disk drive mechanics. Or mechanic. Disk drives. Excluding daughter board. With console serial number this. Swap disk drive, excluding daughter board. This will be very hard to kind of keep all of this managed. So I'm currently looking at console 3456. This isn't exactly about this console in particular, so I'm not going to be separating this. This is more about the disk drive than it is the actual console. The disk drive is concerning the other console, not this one. I think, yeah, the mechanical parts of this is out of the way. Measuring voltage going into the board. I need a microscope because these are very tiny points. It's just going to be some little bit of finagling. I might have to, again, I might have to boot into the main menu. I think that's just going to be my best test bed for determining sort of a baseline voltage. I don't know how much ISFS hacks will, or what kind of variations that will create. So I am plugged in. Did boot into ISFX hacks. I need to turn on my monitor. There's the main display. I believe it's power. I think I auto boot. I think I patch SD and boot SDMC. Was it red NAND? Okay, it was red NAND, it looks like. So this one just... So this console has a... I think I already said that, it has a completely failed eMMC. So it will boot immediately into error code 1600103. Using ISFX hacks and some other tools, you're able to reroute the boot sequence to the front SD card to basically use the SD card as the internal NAND chip. I do intend on putting an actual internal NAND chip back into this in the form of an interposer and an SD card, but for right now, that's not exactly important. That will take some time. I'm on the main menu. I'm gonna turn this off. It's displaying the main menu isn't that important, but I do want to have a microscope, and now it's just going to be sort of probing the standby voltage and just writing down what I see out of this plug. I need to bring this feed up on my main monitor so I can see it a little better, because I really don't want to accidentally touch parts that are not wanting to be touched. Let me see, does my... I don't know how well I'll be able to show my voltmeter at the same time. I might be able to put it right here and move my microscope feed. There, I think that'll work. Just so that I can see I have a record of the voltage.
You always hide your kindness away like an oasis within a sandstorm. Only those who make it through the swirling winds can know just how beautiful that oasis is, and how much hope it brings.
I need a ground. I should just be able to pop it into the outer metal shielding.
I want to thank you for sharing your precious life force with me.
Getting untangled.
I feel much better. Thank you.
Gods and their gratitude mean little to me.
It should serve as a good ground. See how well that actually does. I do want to make sure it doesn't hit the main board though. Maybe I can just jam it in here. It's interesting that this big copper ground plane isn't detecting. I wonder... So these pins must be ground. Ground, 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 ground. Voltage, voltage. So there are only 3 pins for voltage? And data? That doesn't seem right. This has to be like a 2-layered plug, right? No. I guess there's just data and voltage. That's kind of insane. So, unless... Okay, no, that wouldn't make any sense at all. So it looks like the traces do go behind the connector. Pin 28, pin 1. Okay, they do give me labels that I can go off of.
You are not the first insects I have had the displeasure of dealing with today. Swarm of them tugged on my tail on my way over. Goodness knows what hovels they crawled from.
I'm gonna go from... I mean, I might as well go from pin 1. Let me get... Put it...
This is where we shall part ways. To be clear, I do not wish to see
That should be ground.
Anyone else here ever again, unless absolutely necessary.
Then I wish you peace as you return to your dwelling place.
So ground, nothing, nothing, ground. Zero, zero, ground, 0, 0, ground. Without removing the connector, I won't know if those are truly empty pads.
Simply refrain from bothering me again.
Then it is
A force to be reckoned with. At times like this, I feel glad that she has no interest
0,
in any of this.
0, ground. Zero, 0. And 7 is ground. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So now we're on pin 8. Pin 8 is receiving 3, 3. So the first actual real voltage.
Well, that's a relief. A pair of safe hands indeed.
9, which looks more like, I don't know if it's a data line or something. 0, 3, 3.
Obviously, I was worried about the Dendro Archon. I've been supporting them with my party powers the whole way here. Oh, you seem pretty nervous. Is it because there are too many people around? Not just people. It's all these non-human beings, too. It's hard on them. I can't believe you made such a long and dangerous journey just for my sake. I appreciate your support so much.
0, 3, 3.
Thank you all. I'll have to ask everyone to wait while I help our new arrivals settle in. Once I'm done, I'll gather everyone to discuss our next steps.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 is ground. I wish if I could write small, I would definitely put labels on these ground pins. Because that one's 13.
First, I have some questions.
14. 3, 3. 15. So 14 and 15 are 3, 3. Fifteen is 3.3 volts. 16 and 17 are ground. I'm guessing 18 might be 3.3. I mean, I don't see any trace behind it. It might just be a empty pad. Nothing. 5 volts. I'm guessing these are all going to be 5. 555. Okay. It's about 5.2, I think. I bet it rounds down. So there's nothing and then 5 5s. Or 3 5s. 19. 5 volts, 20, 5 volts, 21, 5 volts. Move on to the one next to it before another double ground. This is yielding much better results than I expected. So it's 0 and then ground, ground. 0, 23 is ground. 24 is ground. So 25, 26, 27, 28. Okay, my math checks out, so I did count correctly, thankfully. Zero, 1.2, 1.2, 0, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. 0, 26, 1.2, 27, 1.2, 28, 1.2. That gives me a good readout of what I need to expect out of this board, out of a functional board. So let me get this turned off and swap my consoles. So far, this has been very fruitful. I am going to put the bracket back on just so it can keep parts from intermingling. So this is from a known good board and a probably mechanically sound console. Obviously, these two marry with each other, so I need to keep them together. Being exceptionally careful not to mix parts. Until I really get to the bottom of this, I really won't know. Not the right bit, but I mean, it works. That's a console I need to take apart anyway. To get to the NAND So, it'll be coming apart. Okay, let's do the same thing on this console. Take off the bracket. Maybe I'll use the right bit this time. What is it, a number 1? Yeah. So at least with this console, I'll have some key pins to look at. The 5 volt and the 3 volt lines, I think, are going to be the most interesting. Just get everything in frame here. just setting up my notes here because I need to do the exact same notes on this console. Measuring key voltages. Going into disk drive daughter board at main ribbon cable. Okay, got everything set up. Let me get my ground set. Make sure it's making good contact. Wedge it. I don't want it to get in my way, actually. Actually, that's a pretty good spot to put the ground. I'm grounding. It's a good spot to put it, but it was mildly in my way. Whatever I can do at the opposite end. It's like a little latch on this bracket I can just put my probe against. It's making contact. So I need to look at pin 8. Should have 3.3 volts. Get my little microfiber cloth so I'm not touching the main motherboard. I'm not touching the raw motherboard. Daughter board terminology. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 8. It's right here in between these two. Oh, well, the console's not on. Let me go to the motherboard. So it's probably not sending a standby voltage. Turning it on via my gamepad, so I'll just let it go to the main menu before I start looking at voltages. Okay, at the main menu. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's this guy right here. It's getting nothing. Measure a little further up in the pin. So there is no voltage coming into 8, which is not correct. Pin 10 should also have 3.3 volts. That's going to be, again, I'm just going to keep recounting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 has 3.3, but 8 does not. I need to look at pin 12.
Have you decided where you will go from here? If not, why not find a patch of soft grass and rest a while?
Pin 12 is right before our ground. So I think I have a good idea of which one it is, but I'm going to count anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Dendromarcon, you're back.
12 also has 3.3 volts.
Are you recovering all right? You mustn't push yourself too hard.
I'm doing very well. Thank you for your
Then I need to look at 14 and 15, which should both have 3.3 volts across them. They are surrounded by ground. So let me again recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 are right here.
I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but with the state that Erminsul is currently in, it's impossible to non-traditional means. Even the Akasha won't change that.
Alas, we had feared this may be the case.
Both at 3.3 volts.
And what about non-traditional means? Non-traditional means? Are you saying desperate times call for new measures?
So 19, 20, and 21. Those three in a cluster, I am positive, should all be 5 volts. Okay, so let me recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna check 8 again. So I am not getting 3.3. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 is indeed those cluster of 3. I'm going to assume if one has 5.5 volts, they all do. Because they all are connected. So they're all at 5 volts.
Treat this as a pilot project aimed at expanding your intelligence operations. Whatever business you're in, an avenue to demonstrate your abilities could never hurt.
I like the sound of that. Glad we're on the same page.
26, 27, and 28 should be 1.2. And those I don't necessarily need to count because they're the last 3 pins.
I take it you've read the files on everyone in the area?
Yes. I also skimmed the list of evacuees. And they're more or less
Interesting, it
divided
reads
on what
3
makes
volts there
sense.
for a second.
Any initial suspects?
It might be because I'm
Scopes to males whose recent
bridging the
activity
2
could leave
points,
you
which
less
is not a good
suspicious.
thing to do.
I've identified 3 names.
Okay, I'm going to turn this
So far,
console
Nara
off.
saw 2 people talking, but currently we only
Pin
have
8's not getting 3.3 volts.
The
That
other
is
person
my
probably just a messenger.
smoking gun, so
In
to
all
speak.
likelihood, has already left Caravan Rebot.
Everyone is heading for the desert per the evacuation order. Anyone willing to turn back at this stage is almost certainly with the Fatui.
There's no way it was a spur-of-the-moment decision to act at a time like this. The spy must have been planted long ago. We need to smoke him out from wherever he's hiding.
Sounds like you have the beginnings of a plan.
Pin 8 should have 3.3 volts, but it doesn't. So it should correspond with a... I mean, pin 8 should correspond with pin 8 on this connector. But now it's sort of a... what exactly... Is it on the motherboard? Is it actually on the main motherboard itself? Or is there something on this daughter board? Because I can't exactly rule out either by swapping parts, just with how everything is set up. So what would be best is to try and do voltage on pin 8 to try and determine the voltage actually coming off the board. Like, is it being interrupted in the ribbon cable? Is it not making it through? Or is it not even going to the plug to begin with? Meaning, is there 3.3 volts on the console's end of pin 8? I need to determine which one is pin 8. Just to make sure, it does pin 8 correspond with pin 8? looks like pin 1. No, it doesn't. It does not correspond. Pin 8 does not correspond with pin 8. Pin 8 corresponds with whatever 8 would be subtracted from. Where does pin 8 correspond to ground? It's right after a singular, or the third singular ground. Right, one, two. It's really hard to see pins this small. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. So it is that one that's like all kind of chewed up looking. Brushed it off. That one right there. Doing this with my left hand blocks my light. So that should correspond with what? Pin 20? 28, 1, 2, 3, 4. Pin 8 right there. So 28. It corresponds with pin 21 on the main board. Pin 28 on the disk drive plug corresponds with pin 21 on the main motherboard. So now let me get my camera set up so I can see it. This is a very tiny pin. I'm gonna see of other pins. Interesting looking. And then get everything plugged in, get back to the main menu. Because if I'm getting, I hope I'm getting 3.3 volts. 1, 2, or 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21. That's not the leg that has a weird, like the solder joints almost look like they don't have enough solder on them. Like you can see the bare pads beneath them. Okay. Turning on the console.
I see. Your suspicions are well founded. I'd be watching him too if I were you.
So far, we still lack solid evidence that he's been bribed. He hasn't made any recent purchases that would indicate he came into some cash.
Then let's get closer to him to confirm before we make our move. I can handle it. I'm not based in Sumeru, so barely anyone at Caravan Robot knows who I am.
Should
And you're
work as a
certain you've
ground.
encountered this person and not cry?
I'm certain. Besides, it's extremely rare for me to have had any direct contact with Sumeru mercenaries besides Jet. There's no way he could have seen my face before. Sino, stay out of
I just
sight and wait for my
confirm that I am
signal.
making good
If he raises
contact.
any red flags, I'll bring him toward the main
Okay.
road.
Understood. I'll take it from there.
Excellent. Well, it's a pleasure working with you.
So now I need to go from 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21. Should be right here. Twenty-eight, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21. So this leg from the connector, this is not delivering 3.3 volts when it should be. All right. Why? I think that's going to mean taking this console further apart. I think for the sake of cleanliness, I should probably put together that other console, because I think it is... I don't necessarily need to reference it anymore. At least not currently. And it is just going to be in my way. Or I don't... I mean, it should be fine. I have it out of the way. It's all contained over there. Because what I'm going to be doing is taking... Oh, goodness gracious. Taking this console further apart. Because now I need to remove the shielding to get to the main board to see why 3.3 volts is not being delivered. That means I need to take out this again. Oh boy. This will take some time.
Darker skin, scars, frequents the desert, and has ample combat experience. Nothing unusual about how he dresses or acts. What's that he's looking at? A coin. Interesting. Could that be how his contact paid him? Conveniently discreet for someone trying to hide any unexplained income. And yet it could be highly valuable. Sorry to bother you. Has everyone here already left? I don't suppose you happen to see a lady wearing a hat?
Ma'am, what are you doing in Caravan Rebot all by yourself? The main group evacuated some time ago. Didn't you pass them on the road?
My friend and I lost some of our cargo along the way. I didn't want to miss out on potential business, so I told her to go on ahead and meet the client while I retraced our steps. I didn't think it would be so late by the time I found it. And then there was a terrible sandstorm. I guess I must have taken a wrong turn, because I didn't see any large groups on my way here.
Forgive me for asking, but just to be on the safe side, could you describe this friend of yours?
Sure, she has blonde hair, and she was wearing a hat and a white dress. You'd definitely know if you'd seen her.
Yes, I think that does ring a bell. Ah, my apologies. During this exceptional time, the Core 30 are under orders to be extra cautious when dealing with unknown people, whoever they might be.
I understand. Well, sir, is there anything else you need to know? If not, I'd better try and catch up with them.
Hey, wait! They left a good while ago now. You'll never catch up with them on your own. Why don't I give you a ride?
And I guess it would be good to keep that other console apart in case I find like a resistor or something that I need to compare against.
That would be amazing. Traveling with a group will be much safer. I'll have to pay you for your trouble.
done packing up, I'll take you to join the rest of the group.
Alright, thanks. Let me know if you need a hand carrying anything.
No need for that. I'm strong enough for both of us.
Okay. Well, I wish there was some way I could repay you. Guess it's my lucky day, running into someone who knows what they're doing here. You might have just saved my life, you know?
You're not wrong there. I mean, what kind of cargo is so important that it's worth risking your life to get back? I hope for your sake that it's priceless.
Actually, I suppose I can tell you, since you've been such a big help. But be sure to keep it to yourself, or we could both be in big trouble.
Oh, really? Sounds mysterious.
We're in the antiques business. You understand? Some of our goods aren't acquired through the most legitimate means. We have to be very discreet when we're selling them. That's why I had to go looking for the missing cargo alone.
Ah, no wonder. Well, ma'am, in that case, it turns out that maybe there is something you could do for me.
I'm all ears. But to be clear, our commission isn't cheap. Think carefully before you ask. We don't want to ruin our relationship before we even hit the road.
I'm sure that won't be a problem. My issue is, I have something that's a little difficult to sell on as well. Take a look at this.
I have a feeling I know what the problem is. I'm thinking it's going to be one of these little capacitors, which in that case kind of screws me. But I really won't know until I check. Or this like these little components. These little like square components. Hang on. I think these can be bridged safely without really damaging the main board, but I'm guessing it's going to be one of those two. CM10 or CM9. I don't know. I don't know if they're like some type of like filtering diode or what their purpose is per se. I mean, maybe a little bit of probing will reveal thy secrets, but let's first establish, let's just confirm my fear that it is indeed one of those components. So I'm looking for pin 21. So 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21 is right here to the left of that via. Might be able to press into it and have a pretty solid connection. I shift over to here. Might not be able to get a very good connection on this. At least not from the angle I decided to choose. Oh, maybe it's not one of these. Maybe it's not one of these components. Curious. Either any of these capacitors ring a bell, quite literally. Since the trace run runs probably underneath the board, a little hard to say where it goes. I mean, I can take this board out completely. Do I keep on doing stuff here? Or at least undo the main heatsink screws so I can look at the bottom of the board. I need to find out where that pin goes. If it's supposed to be part of like a 3.3 rail. If it's like a separate supply of voltage. Oh, this is the one that has the really screwed up thermal pad. Nice. I need to make note of that. I'm gonna have to get it replaced. I'm gonna keep that set of notes separate. Thermal pad for APU is shredded. Problem for later. I mean, right now, a Wii U without a disk drive isn't really worth really much to me. Other than parts. Let me just get this fully apart. Being a bit of a pain. Other side of the pad, or the other side of this connector is here on a cluster of components. Where is it? Where is it? Trying to find where I'm at. Right here. Is that a fuse? No, that's a resistor, I think. I mean, might be a fuse. So I need to find where pin 8 corresponds. I think that the easiest way to do that is to get the ribbon cable. Find where pin 8 is, so then, because I'll be able to plug it in and then I'll be able to poke it. So I just need to know 8 from one side. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So it's, if it's 8 from this side, so that means it's 8 from the left on this side. I'm guessing it's going to correspond with one of these vias. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. That doesn't seem right. Eight is right there. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Keep slipping off the ribbon cable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is blown through. I mean, that might be normal. This might actually be, it might be shorting to ground. So it's right here. This is pin 8. This piece right here corresponding with, is it a filter and a capacitor? Is that why? FIL 21 and C94. So I'm going to write that down on the main board. This goes to a cluster of components. FIL 21 C94 C167. So these filters, if it is just a filter, then I don't think it would have much resistance, at least not that I understand. Now, is this a fuse? It wouldn't make sense because this had no correlation, or it did not correspond with. You just do resistance on this thing and just see if that corresponds with the other ones. Essentially open. Yeah, so that's meant to be open. And then right here should be ground.
Pure gold. That's quite something. How'd you come across it? Dig it out of some ancient tomb?
If you look hard enough,
No, it's
there are
this
many
side's
treasures to
ground.
be
This
found
side of the
along the
capacitor is
way with
ground.
the shred.
It has no distinct smudge.
This filter and then goes to that via. That via is going straight to the plug. It might both be going to the plug. That wouldn't make any sense.
The shop I used to work with is having cash flow issues at the moment after losing some money. I'm under enough pressure as it is without having to deal with them. On the off chance anything went wrong, I'd never get my money back.
I understand. Gold is the last thing that traders with cash flow problems want to see. Well, in that case, I think we can work something out.
As it happens, I'm just about done packing. Shall we make a move?
Sure. Let's walk and talk.
I
Evacuation was a huge
don't know how far I can go with this.
They needed a few people to stay behind and tie up loose ends. And I ended up being one of them. You're lucky you ran into us in time.
I think I might need to view these trace lines at a better angle. Just to see if I can track these trace runs a little better.
Fingers crossed. But either way,
Because I can't exactly see it very well.
living somehow.
Don't mean doing that. Yeah, I can even see through the vias, and it goes straight to the bottom of those connectors. So So if that's ground, then there's a VO right there.
Uncritically. People only see what they want to, so don't be your own fool.
I mean, the solder joints look fine. There's nothing innately odd looking. But I'm guessing 3.3 volts is supposed to meet that pad. I could try and turn the console on and go at that test point. See if 3.3 volts are going to there. And as much as I'd like to just feed 3.3 volts to that, that probably would not be a very good idea. But there are two vias. I mean, kind of right now, that would probably... I don't know exactly what that would solve, what exactly that information that would give me.
You'll be swept away by their unstoppable force. And if you try to ignore them entirely, you'll end up tearing yourself to pieces.
I mean, if there's no 3.3 volts, I'm no better than where I was, but if there is 3.3 volts, that would tell me quite a bit. I think it might be worth trying. This console might not like me booting without a heatsink. I might just be able to smash it in place for now.
Sadly, you won't have the chance to spin it.
Nicely done. Looks like Sumeru's mantra are a well-oiled machine nowadays.
I may not even be able to get this thing to
Unmarked
boot
coins are quite difficult to
without
trace.
a heatsink on.
Thanks to you, we have secured the evidence. Here's what's gonna happen.
I sure can try, but I don't know if I'll be able to make it to the main menu. Need to keep this elevated. I won't be able to put the fan in. I just have to see if I can measure the voltage at that test point. It won't boot without a disk drive. This is very, very janky, but... hopefully no consoles will be harmed in the making of this monstrosity of a form. I'm not going to have a fan to really test to know if this thing's actually turning on, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Before I get too far, I should probably get ready to measure that voltage, because I don't think I'm going to have much time before this thing overheats. Just going to ground myself on the disk drive. Or I might just be able to ground myself on these, my helping hands. I think they're touching ground planes on the board. Should be able to confirm that with prod right here. I am, okay. Okay, cool. I guess the way I have my camera mounted for my, or tilted for my stereo microscope will work in this instance, since I'll be able to see. I did get some grease on my fingers. I really need to clean the underside of my microscope. Boom. I'll get grease everywhere every time I grab it. Okay. I probably won't be able to get to the main menu, but I will just see. I wasn't exactly pay attention, but I do think it spiked. I don't think it's booting either. It may have errored out for it can detect the fan. Just unplug it. See if I can get the fan plugged in. This will tell this. Probably should have done this anyway, just as an indicator to know, like, is the console trying to boot? I think the APU can stay alive for just a bit long enough before it overheats. Okay, get back into position. This test point right here. Powering on. So it does jump. The fan's not turning on. This is the right motherboard. I should be synced. So what is, like, is there something disconnected? It might be because of just how my antennas are. I'm not getting a good connection with my board. I'm going to guess it's because of my antennas. I'm gonna try and see. But I'm not even getting a... Not even a sign of life. Motherboard... Or the board for the... Everything that's critical for it to boot should be plugged in. I don't think the APU would overheat that fast. Oh, it turned on, then immediately off. Behind the APU is not warm. The helping hand shouldn't be grounding anything. To get the daughter board connected for the disk drive correctly. About the only thing I can think of. Because it should be looking like that, so it should... This is probably the problem. I'm disconnected from power. Assume that's okay. Back into power. I don't think it would stop it from booting. So I'm wondering why it's erroring out like this. Yeah, it's not liking something. Something about how things are plugged in. It's not liking it. Is it because all the little accessory boards are plugged in? Yeah, it turns on and then immediately turns off. I wonder what it's detecting, that it's like, nope. Maybe there's something about the way it grounds? What if I unhinge that one? I don't think it would be mounting pressure. It shouldn't be overheating. That seems way too fast for an overheat. Yeah, it's still starting and stopping. I'm gonna have to put a greater effort in putting this together then. Put actual mounting pressure on the APU, get just everything set a little better, like maneuver the disk drive into a better spot so that I know it's actually connected and not just sort of living on a prayer here. Oh, it wasn't plugged in all the way. There. What? Probably reference this a little better. So if it goes like this, then the mounting clamp goes like this. I need to swap again. I'm not going to screw this in all the way, mainly because this is not how this is supposed to be mounted. There's supposed to be another metal shielding between that clamp and the actual main board. So it's not... I have access to greater thread depth, so to speak, than I would normally. And I don't want to accidentally, like, injure or damage any of the components by threading those mounting studs in too far. Be it damaging this X-clamp type deal or something else. Okay, I will just put these back on just for a little bit of stability. I do want to observe this fan, but I also want it to do its job. Before I plug it in, I'm going to get back into position. Make sure I'm still grounding correctly. Am. So now it's all eyes on this pad. Has no voltage. Hit the power button on my gamepad. The fan started and stopped, and it looks like it's not going to boot. I wonder why. I wonder why it's not booting. Is there something about the metal shielding that, like, is necessary for, like, synchronizing all the grounds? The problem with that is I won't be able to test this test point. That almost kind of almost completely defeats the purpose of test points. Am I able to reach the test points with this on? That was the wrong side. Oh no, I can already tell you I wouldn't be able to. Like, is it entirely possible that, like, these various ground pieces aren't actually connected to themselves inside the main board and require that metal shielding to act as a supplementary ground plane? That doesn't seem right at all. Yeah, of course they're all connected. So I wonder why this thing isn't booting. Motherboard's in, the fan's connected. I do have mounting pressure on the APU. Even if the disk drive isn't so much functional, this thing does boot. Try one more time. If not, I can try putting in the front panel connector. If it's just something to do with just how I have these antennas askew, it might be like sending whack signals. Even right now, I hit the power button and I'm not getting anything. Try crisscrossing the wires. Nothing. Okay, I'm gonna get the front panel connector. Now this is gonna be upside down. Unplug it. Not exactly the biggest fan of doing this, but right now this is kind of my only thing I can think of. Power light is red. The power button. I get a slow blinking red light. Wonder why. Unplug it and plug it back in. Solid red light. Go to press the power. Get a blinking red light. That is curious. I wonder why. Any sort of mount, is it like grounding against the disk drive? Lift it up a little. Plug it in again. Is it an issue with my power supply? Shouldn't be. Solid red light. I go to press the power, it's flashing. That metal shielding has to act as some type of ground. That's the only thing that really makes sense as to why this isn't working. Or why I can't really put this console in a test bed scenario. Or a test bench scenario. It is completely denying my access. Somehow. I'm gonna do just a tiny bit of research here to see if... Red light blinking on cold boot, short on one of the power rails. That doesn't make sense. Blinking after some time, overheating, VRMs failing. That doesn't... Again, this was a perfectly functional console. There's nothing I did that could have killed it. I've been very careful. But... I don't... This is also assuming a fully assembled console. Wondering if it's like a grounding issue. Okay, well, this is gonna be not exactly something I want to do, but I need to solder to that test point. Solder a wire. So then I can put this console back together and determine if I'm getting 3.3 volts to that. Because I guess I can't necessarily do anything right now with how it's set up. It's just a little too... There is obviously something missing preventing this from booting. What it is, I don't know, but... Let me just get all this disconnected so I can get it out of my way. This time the disk drive was indeed plugged in. Get this out of the way. So I need a wire onto... the second test pad over. Grab my little baggie of spare wire. Try and see if I can navigate it. Or I'll try and route my wire sort of around everything.
Southeast from here. Lee
interrogation skills are highly effective.
Hers are quickly catching up. She's improved a lot in recent years. Looks like it's over to you for the next step.
Because I'm quickest on my feet?
Because you know how to trail a target. Plus, it'll be easier to monitor their activity from the air.
Fine. I'll be quick.
One more thing. The Traveler just brought a message from the Dendro Archon. Once you're done with this, we're to meet up at the mausoleum of King Deshret.
Got it. Will do.
Are you sure you'll be okay on your own?
Gee, I don't know. Maybe you should come with me.
Okay. Then Paimon's coming with you.
Really? You do know this is a stealth operation, right? Meaning, you have to be quiet?
Paimon? Are you sure about this?
Well, Paimon at least has to give it a shot. Like everyone says, if you never try, you'll never know. Besides, being the best guide in Tibet has to count for something. This should be a piece of cake.
All right.
Fine. Join me if you want. But be warned. If anything goes wrong, I'll have to gag you and shove you into a bush.
Paimon will be super careful. Promise.
Good. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Coming!
Search for it. Follow me. We're here. Now we wait.
Okay, yeah, cool.
What's on your mind, Paimon?
Huh? Nothing?
I thought all you cared about besides being a guide was food and sleep. Why the sudden urge to go on a dangerous mission?
What's that supposed to mean? I've been on many dangerous missions before.
But never on your own. You hardly ever leave the Traveler's side. Just saying, I'm kind of at loose ends right now. So if you did want to share, I suppose I'd have to listen. If not, suit yourself. Makes no difference to me.
That guy? Do you think Paimon is useless?
What? Where's that coming from?
When we were in Nograi, Paimon suddenly realized something. Some of Paimons with the Traveler she didn't do anything to help. Paimon was just very young. She was really scared when the Traveler got kidnapped that time. What if she didn't kidnap? What would Paimon do then? And the more Paimon thought about it, the more useless she felt. But Paimon wants to be somebody who's actually useful. Does that make any sense? You know, that feeling of just being completely useless and... Paimon probably sounds so ridiculous right now.
You asked the right person. Boy, do I know that feeling.
Oh, that guy.
I'm not gonna try and encourage you. What I will say is this. When you start doubting yourself, you have two choices. Give up or change. You have to make the decision to move forward. Otherwise, no amount of consultation from other people is gonna help you. So ask yourself, what do you want? To get stronger? To learn more? won't have any regrets if you can at least say that you tried.
Alright.
Something's not right. Shouldn't they be here by now? Paimon, is it just me? Or is it a little too quiet around here?
Should Paimon take a look?
We'll give it another hour. If nothing happens, we head back.
Okay. How strange. We've been here for ages. Where the heck are they? Have we been stood up? What is it? Did you think of something?
Something feels off about this whole situation, but I can't quite explain why. We know for sure that the guy Sinocott had something set up, yet somehow his contact is a no-show. So, either the handler got caught, or, more likely, they decided to cut our guy loose.
Hey, how would they know to do that? Wouldn't they have at least sent someone here to check things out?
That's the problem. They couldn't possibly know what's happening here. Unless... This feels all too familiar. Come on, let's head back.
Even though this isn't a formal meeting, I'd still like to start by saying how grateful I am to each and every one of you. Thank you all for coming here and standing by our side.
Shesitang and Bennu are currently assisting the scholars with the maintenance of Albu. Please forgive their absence. As for Hermanubis, may he rest in peace. We remember him with great fondness.
There have been times when I imagined what it might be like to meet you all. Now that it's really happening, I feel quite emotional. Time has taken many things away, but that which remains is all the more resilient.
I must say, there is one thing that rather surprises me. You appear to be in good spirits, Lesser Lord Kusanali. But even so, I can sense that the life force given to you by the Dendral Dragon has far from fully resolved the problem of your vitality.
Oh no! So even a pet's power didn't work? Don't worry, Paimon. It worked very well indeed. The issue is how closely I'm tied to Irminsul. Until the problem with it is resolved, there's no way I can fully recover. Sumeru has undergone tremendous changes during your absence. When gods pass away, inevitably, people's faith in them grows weaker. You must have sensed it already. Your power is not what it once was.
Regrettably, this is true.
I too have grown weaker due to the effects of Irminsul. Right now, we're all in quite a sorry state.
Then what do you suggest?
We take all the help we can get.
Let's see if I can get away without
Our shared
putting
goal.
everything in.
You and I, gods and demons alike. We must unite all our strength in this moment.
Though Al-Ahmar is no longer with us, the alliance between the three gods remains in force. Regardless, as subjects of our king, we have a responsibility to support Sumeru through this catastrophe. Not to mention that it was the people of Sumeru who released us from this prison of ours. Times have changed, and the people of today possess greater wisdom than those of the past.
I will at
You
least
know
get
how to
this
give a
mounted.
rousing speech, Gopi.
Now then, let us learn more about your plan.
The brightest minds of the Sumeru Academia are busy opening and renovating Aru. They claim it has something to do with Irminsul?
Correct. Irminsul has existed in Teyvat since the very beginning. But during the Age of the Dragons, it did not possess the significance it holds today. After the Heavenly Principles arrived,
Okay.
Then, everything in this world has been inextricably linked to it. As the Gentle Archon, I have a duty to protect Irminsul. To Sumeru, it is both a national treasure and undeniably a major threat.
This was a whole hell of a lot of work for something that I can almost guarantee is not going to produce very fruitful results. Meaning, I don't think that line will have 3.3 volts.
I still believe that someone has actively invaded Irminsul. But rather than taking any of the pathways I referred to, the intruder chose instead to utilize the most direct route. And the only one that cannot be protected against. By entering Irminsul through death.
I see what you mean. You cannot simply stop all deceased souls from returning to the ley line.
Okay, I'm gonna let this voltage drain. It did spike.
That's right.
I haven't pressed the power button yet, or at least on my gamepad. I think I should be able to trigger a power on scenario through the gamepad. I guess the again, the antennas being as they are, that might not be a reliable strategy. Let me put it in the front panel again.
My authority was quickly restricted. Soon after that, the tree began denying access to any connections.
I'm sure you feel responsible, but you are not to blame. No one can predict every possible disaster. There will always be trials and tribulations for the world to endure.
But the people of Sumeru should not have to endure this. We must find a way to break through the lockdown and connect to Irminsul.
And this is why you need Aru.
Yes, the only thing in Sumeru capable of rivaling Irminsul in terms of overall functional performance is Al-Akhmar's legacy, Aru.
Okay. Red light, power button, blinking red light.
Using Aru is a last resort, and it will take
Huh.
place with enormous risks.
Okay, I keep assembling it. Maybe I did not plug in the right screw.
Then use the Akasha to connect to Irminsul and investigate. Unfortunately, Irminsul has suffered far greater damage than they first thought, rendering that plan futile. To rise to the challenge, we had to resort to more extreme and far costlier means. This has led to a number of new contingency plans. To reclaim Irminsul, our brightest scholars have made further modifications to Aru with multiple goals in mind. I thank you all for giving them your blessing in this endeavor.
Human wisdom has clearly improved over the millennia. You have not only our support, but that of the Jinn, the Aranara, and the Pari.
Together, we will do everything in our power to save Irminsul.
By the way, when you spoke earlier of an intruder, it almost sounded as if you knew who you were dealing with and what they were capable of.
Well, since you ask. Master Tainari! What is that?
Is this Irminsul? How did this happen? What's going on inside? Luckily, we managed to evacuate everyone.
The Wii U is a very strange console. whatever I did completely turned this thing into a brick. I don't know why.
Yourself quite clear indeed. Not once over the millennia has Irminsul been so terribly afflicted as this. Please continue, Dendro Archon.
Irminsul's root system is what comprises the ley lines.
I mean, I guess I'll keep further assembling this.
Been hidden away, going unseen by the general populace. But now, an evil intruder is making it reveal itself. It has become a prey of unbridled greed. A clear sign that a deranged experiment has advanced to a new stage.
Blasphemy. From where I stand, an experiment in the name of blasphemy sounds rather improper. But if we are to honor the Torre's will, this is what we must do.
The birth of this tree proves to me beyond doubt that this incident is connected to him. But to explain the situation in full, there is someone I need to tell you about.
Odd. None of this should matter, and to the degree that can be keeping it from booting.
So it was him. I saw him in the desert once. A man of supreme arrogance. So this is where it has taken him.
But didn't the Tory die and not Ray? How was he still able to do all this? He must still have loyal followers amongst the Fatui. Even so, I'm still unclear as to how he has been able to wield such a profound influence over Irminsul.
I can confirm that the Tui forces have arrived in Sumeru City. Furthermore, Irminsul seems to be undergoing some kind of mutation. Evil branches are beginning to grow. Things that do not belong to this world are slowly but surely materializing. Sorry, I couldn't think of any other word to describe it. They don't seem to be fully formed physical entities yet, after all, but they are gradually becoming real.
A baleful tree climbing up into the heavens.
Speaking of the Torre, I have some information on that front as well.
Huh. Maybe I just need to...
I didn't think it was wise to state this out in the open. But my theory is, the mole wasn't cut off after he was caught. They wrote him off from the beginning.
You mean the Fatui never intended to follow through with him? Then why plant a mole at all?
It's hardly a conventional strategy.
Unplugging and plugging the power supply back in.
But as it happens, I know someone who works exactly this way. And when it comes down to it, his goals are very simple. He
Same
just
problem.
wants to confuse people, so they can't figure out what
I don't know.
he's been a collaborator of the Torres from the outset.
I don't know exactly what I did, but I'm now looking at a brick. And I'm not... This is another one of these baffling scenarios that I've gotten in with these WiiUs where I broke something, but I have no reason to believe that it was because of, like, negligence or something. It just sort of pooped. Like, these consoles are incredibly sensitive to anything. Like, me tacking on a wire shouldn't have caused it to just... this. So I'm not really sure what's going on here. And even in the slightest. I mean, I suppose I could remove that wire. That's really about the only thing I can think of, and just seeing if I can get back to normal boot conditions.
Still much
It's a
to be
little
done.
annoying, but
Everyone, please remember our core strategy.
As per the discussions, the following groups must act immediately. Mr. Al-Haytham and Mr. Kale, the next phase of the Aro renovation project must begin right away. Godspeed to you both.
We'll give it everything we thought. The plan looks feasible, but the implementation will require certain resources.
General Mahamatra Sino and his team will help to procure the materials required for modifying the terminal.
No problem. I've already spoken with Sethos and Hat Guy, and they've agreed to assist me.
This kind of thing is best left to the fleet-footed. Right? Hat guy? If it's efficiency you're after, we're the right people for the job.
Following up on the elemental energy amplifier we discussed. Miss Dory, I assume you're the one most familiar with the status of this project. Aside from the Dendro Archon, of course.
Yep, that's right. He's a lord son of a bitch.
Got it. Well, I'd like Madame Farazan, Kale, and Nicole to support Dory on the technical side.
You can count on us. Will do.
Rest assured, I'll take good care of Colin.
Dia, Candace, and Nefer, you'll be in charge of negotiating between the various parties. I trust you remember our goals.
You bet. We can handle it.
Good. I believe that covers everything. Tynari will provide ad hoc support as needed, if that's okay.
Poor Tainari. Must be tough being Nephis' student. Getting bossed around all day, every day.
Hey, don't try and drive a wedge between us, you old rascal.
All it says to me is that Master Nephis' faith in everyone's abilities. While I'm nominally here as backup, I doubt there will be many situations where my help is needed.
Exactly.
Finally, Traveler, you and I will head to the border between Sumeru and Natlan. Once that task is complete, I'll be asking some of you to accompany me to the Eternal Oasis. The Eternal Oasis?
the APU isn't even warm. It's not overheating.
Regarding your trip to Natlan, under normal circumstances, a meeting between our two nations would be a far more formal affair. Unfortunately, Sumeru is all but completely cut off from the outside world at present. So regretfully, we won't be able to give the Pyro Archon Malwika the grand reception that she deserves. My apologies for the inconvenience.
That is just so weird. Like, my solder job shouldn't be the problem, and I mean, I'm not crossing anything. Right now, this is the only thing that's different. I can almost guarantee it's not the problem, though. It's just so weird. I'm gonna put a little piece of conductive tape, or non-conductive tape above it. Maybe it's shorting against the case? That doesn't seem right either. Like, I'm just... When it comes to this WiiU, I was thinking... I'm not gonna think that, like, these are all supposed to be, like, super easy fixes. Obviously, they're gonna be challenging. But I'm really not enjoying me breaking something without any indication that I was the problem. Like, what exactly did I do to cause what's essentially failed VRM symptoms? Why? Like, what? I didn't do anything that should suggest that the VRMs are failing. I don't know if that little, like the Bluetooth card is connected. It's kind of stuck down to the board. I'll assume it is. There will be symptoms if it isn't plugged in, but the symptoms that I'm aware of are not a flashing red light. So what I kind of want to do is leave it like this. Because I really don't, I cannot believe that the metal shielding is necessary for booting. That is completely beyond everything I understand. Like, and pushing like live voltage through a heat shield essentially is kind of insane to me. So I can't in any way imagine a scenario where that metal shielding is significant to the circuit. Enough so that it keeps it from booting. So I'm going to try this like one more time, and then I really don't know what to do in this scenario. Like, this is just completely... Like, I'm getting no fan, nothing. Just, this thing is just completely pooped. Like, without a heatsink, did the APU just like cook itself out? It should not have been on long enough to even heat up significantly. Like, I barely got the fan to spin before it just completely gave up. The APU isn't even warm. Like, I can't detect any heat coming out of it. Oh, I mean, the fan isn't plugged in either. I'm stumped. I don't know what I did, but an otherwise functional console is now just it just has no signs of life. According to the Ultimate WiiU Troubleshooting Guide, a blinking red light on cold boot is a failed VRAM. Or it's short on one of the power rails. No, it's a short on a power rail. How? I didn't bridge any connections. Can I try booting without a disk drive? Like, is the disk drive the problem? It should give me an error, but it will at least boot. Oh, look at that. So it's a disk drive. It's gonna spit me out like a disk drive not connected error. Or if it'll even connect to the gamepad because of the way the wires are, or the antennas are set up. I'm just pull the plug. Okay, now, why exactly is the disk drive causing a voltage error? Is it because I used the wrong end of the ribbon cable? What's odd is when I do the wrong end of the ribbon cable, I don't think it creates... Does it create a number? Am I really that dumb? I really just waste all this time just because I plugged the wrong end of the ribbon cable in? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Deep breaths. Whew. What I find most strange, this ribbon cable does have a directionality to it. The little wings go into the disk drive. But it's probably just how the lines come together and fork off. That they start as a pair and then they fork off into the disk drive, but reversing it. It just seems so alien to me that they would make a design like that. when they should just have all of the traces going to the corresponding traces on the daughter board for the disk drive. So like pin 28 would go to pin 1, 27 to pin 2. It would just be a straight line. Or if they need the fork off and have like multiple feeds going into one, it would do so. I mean, I'm not just going to sit here and pretend that that's just how it is. Okay, now that I can get back to booting, because I put the disk drive ribbon cable in backwards, which I don't remember it creating those symptoms, but regardless, I'm gonna get the wire back on and go back after like what felt like a half an hour later, see if I got 3.3 volts. Gee whiz. And if I don't have 3.3 volts, I think I'm going to call it good, because I really don't know what I'm gonna do further. Like, I could trace this 3.3 line. Somewhere in the board. Like, I don't think anybody's made schematics for the Wii U. I mean, I'm thinking, I wonder if it's like just a 3.3 rail that it's connecting to. Because if that's so, then I should just be able to bridge another 3.3 line over to it. I don't think if it was on its own rail, it would have its own test point. Meaning, I think it's like part of a different circuit. And that wouldn't make any sense, because if I do get one that shorts, there's a problem with the rail. But, I mean, there isn't a problem with the 3.3 rail, because I've had 3.3 show up on other pins. I don't even think the console would boot if there was an issue with the 3.3 rail. I'm just trying to really make out, like, what could be so wrong? I also probably don't need to keep it in its metal shielding, but I guess I will. all of that's plugged in. Since I want to sit on the main menu, I should probably screw this in. I should probably put the HDMI in as well, since I don't think I'm going to be able to get a reception off my gamepad with the way the antennas are skewed about.
No point putting too much pressure on yourselves. That goes for everyone.
Right. Especially you, Dingo Archon. I'm sure you're still feeling quite weak.
Don't worry about me. Gentle Dragon's life force will sustain me.
And get everything in place.
Over the way. The heater will be just fine. Yes, I believe in myself, and I believe in every one of you. Well, time to get going.
That is nice and secure. I guess I can hold it against the spindle motor when I get to actually booting it. Just need one more component, and then I need to plug in power.
To what extent we can implement the final plan depends on how successfully the Akasha can be modified and configured. And to make sure the configuration works, Aru will also need some further
Alright.
optimization. Yeah, no surprises there.
Voltage.
Once we roll this out, any Sumeru citizens who already have Akasha terminals
It does
will
spike
continue to
when I
use
plug in the
existing
power.
devices. This still leaves us with a significant equipment shortage, though. Many groups of people were never issued Akasha terminals.
5 volts.
Including mercenaries, the desert folk, and many others. We'll need
So
supply
5 volts
rare
comes out of that
materials
via?
for the renovation of Aru and the production of new terminals.
Jeez.
Right now,
The fact that it doesn't
source
even
these locally
budge
is one of
the...
final constructs within King Deshret's mausoleum. Time is not on our
That
side
could be
anymore.
normal as
It's gonna be a
well.
race against the clock. The Aru
It is on the main menu. It's on the main menu right now. The 5 volts is coming out of that test point. So does one of those capacitors shrink it down to 3? You know, to be honest, I was not expecting this. Let me get it all unplugged. I should probably test the other console then, to see if 5... I might actually be able to turn it on while it's upside down, or I can invert it.
What is this, boot camp? Knock it off. It's just Sino being Sino.
The heatsink is getting a little... It started getting warm, so I will have to try and preserve the heatsink. And I want to measure voltage out of those capacitors going towards pin 8. If 5 volts coming out of that test point, it must shrink. Maybe one of that capacitor is not shrinking it down to 3.3. I mean, I'm also not going to sit here and pretend I understand what that means. Could be the filter, could be... It's one of those components isn't bringing it down to 3.3 volts. Ugh. 5 volts. Almost wondering if I'm probing the wrong line. That would be odd for a... I mean, it just seems odd for a 5-volt line to supply 3.3 volts. I suppose that could be normal, but... my understanding of how that works does not align with what I'm seeing. Before I need to sort of line up where I'm going to put this. It goes like that. Five volts. I was expecting nothing, and then just be like, well, I mean, it could be something upstream. It could be anything, really. Without having sports schematics, that little 3.3 line will dip into the board and quite literally disappear, and show up at any number of ICs. And without having a real schematic to try and pinpoint like where exactly that line goes, I really don't think I would be able to... I don't think it'd be worth my time to try and trace that down. Pun kind of intended. I'm just really kind of flabbergasted that that's sort of the result we have so far. I'm gonna flip this over. Use my helping hands to try and sort of keep everything aloft. The pins I want to probe are over there, but... so it's a tiny bit backwards than what I'm used to, but... hopefully keep anything from going wrong. So I think I might be ready to go. I'm gonna get the Ethernet plugged back in, or not Ethernet, but HDMI plugged back in, so I know what the console's at. I mean, the only thing I can really do now is just do some probes. Some quick probes before... I don't know how much mounting pressure I have, if I can sustain a full boot. Or for how long. Okay, I'll see if the gamepad will turn it on. It did. It is booting. Okay, so one side of this one side of the filter is going to 5 volts. The other side of the filter is also 5 volts. And this side should be ground. I must have the wrong pin. 3, 3. 3, 3. 3, 3. 3, 3. So it's 3, 3. 3, 3. Nothing. 3, 3. Nothing. 3, 3. What about the one that's over here? 1, 2. Okay, turning it off. 5 volts. Then I measured this wrong. So I don't know why. That should have been pin 8. I'm gonna have to remeasure that to see exactly where pin 8's going. My first probe attempt failed, I suppose. So let's see if I can sort of, do I have access to the mine? Yes, I do. So I'm gonna have to do a weird dance right here. Helping hands will help. No, let me turn this so it's a little more facing me. Might have to just tilt it this way. This will be kind of hard. I'll just see if any of them short to the pad. Or short to one of those test pads, which I probably should have done to begin with. So, I'm using my microscope so I can see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's this guy right here. Yeah, it's not shorting to the test pad I thought it was. Oh, I am on continuity, okay. Should be hearing a chirp. So if I was doing 8 back, I must have accidentally tacked onto the, I mean, that could mean it's these filter caps right up here. Or whatever these things are. Oh, Christ. What I should do is actually put my helping hands back here to physically clamp onto the board instead of me just teetering it. That is apparently much easier said than done. Gee whiz. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. May I have to stick to the method I was using. One, two, three, four, five. So it's this thing. That is an interesting component that I pointed out. That might be a fuse. I need to see its traces. I shorted on this end of this component. This one right here that I think might be a fuse. I can't exactly tell. I'm going to see if I can get a better look at those markings. It's like 7.4 is what I see. I kind of go by color of the component. I mean, the color seems to be a pretty accurate representation, generally speaking, of course, of what the component is. If it's a resistor, it's black. If it's a capacitor, it's brown or tan. If it's a fuse, it's blue. Like, there are some, like, conventions that are followed. This component is a little strange. So let me just see if I can see it under my stereoscope. It's green, all right. It's like... I think 7.1 is kind of a good and accurate. I'm going to squirt some IPA on it, see if it being wet will change anything. No, not at all. Get my flashlight on it, put more light on it. Odd. Okay, then if it is a fuse, then my other board should be able to reveal that to me. Well, what I should do is put power to it and see if I get 3.3 volts on the other side. It would be easier to confirm this on my other board, but my other board is still entombed in the metal shielding, so that's not going to be able to tell me much. I'm going to have to go through the effort of taking it apart. And I mean, sunk costs, I will do that, because I need to confirm it. If it is like a blown fuse. It'd be odd for a fuse to be on the 3.3 line. not on the 5-volt. Maybe because that's like the green light to go, so to speak. I don't know. I mean, I'm just speculating. Ramp it up. Get the fan. Heatsink still in place. Have my various components, or my probes. Power's in. Power on via the controller. It is responding. I'll let it go to the main menu. Okay, so there's this via should have nothing. I think that's a fuse. There's 3.3 volts on one side, nothing on the other. Okay, I need to confirm that with the other board. And I think I found my problem. What rating the fuse is? I don't know. I'm gonna put a DSI fuse on it. And I mean, it will be better than just plopping a wire across it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find the exact value of that fuse. The granular documentation to this degree just simply, like, it really hardly exists. Okay. I need to do some very careful maneuvering so I don't mix parts. This all goes with this console. I'm gonna get this wire out of the way. And then here is my control console, I will call it. This is the one that I know works and has a functional disk drive. And the SD card is telling me this is also the one that has the poor, or the dead NAND. Which, I mean, I almost might as well keep this apart, and then maybe tomorrow I'll work on putting in the interposer, so you know that works out. So I don't have to take this thing apart twice. I do need to do some research, like, am I just free to do that? Do I need to do something with my back, or with the way I set this SD card up? I don't know, because that is a whole new process, but I do have all of the interposers. Or I have the interposer and the micro SD card that I can use for it. So it will be... I mean, I might do that tomorrow. That does sound kind of fun, so I will look forward to that. But first, I need to get this figured out. This is definitely much more of a problem. Okay, so let's go back and do... Thankfully, I have two types, or these pill containers, I have two of them. So I can 100% just do the same exact thing I did for the other one. Or put screws in the same spot. I feel fairly comfortable knowing where all these screws go. I've done this a few times already. And then I mean, if I do confirm it's a fuse, I hope I can confirm it's a fuse. Don't want to get my hopes up yet. But that is my best bet now. It's a tangible... There's 3.3 volts on one side of that component, nothing on the other. When there should be 3.3 on both sides. And again, I don't know for certain that that component is a fuse. But it's not a component I'm familiar... It's not a resistor or a capacitor. At least traditionally looking. I mean, it could be. It could be like some type of filter. It could be any number of things, and that is normal behavior. And that via is connected to an internal trace that shoots out to somewhere else in the board. Which means I'm probably gonna have... I need to do a test boot to measure that component as well. Like, if it does have continuity, that will be the... That will tell me everything I need to know, but I will just do a test boot on this thing and just say, like, okay, does that 3.3 voltage across both sides of that component check out? Like, is that intended? Is that the point? And if it does, hooray, I found my problem. If it doesn't, and it's getting... I mean, even if it is getting 3.3 volts somewhere else in the board, I don't think I would be able to determine that unless I separate that fuse off this board and try and boot it. Again, if it's a fuse. I don't know for certain. And maybe that 1.7 is like an amperage rating. This damn thing takes too long to take apart, and all I can really do is sit here and speculate as I wait to unscrew the one too many screw, like the 100 screws. I think there's like 24 or something like that. Like, that is a really unnecessary amount of screws. I'm not exactly sure what Nintendo was thinking. I feel like they spent a lot of money on screws when they really shouldn't have. Oh, I need to take off the heatsink screws as well. I'm kind of doing this off screen, but this isn't exactly the most interesting. Just undoing a bunch of screws. Yeah, that thermal pad's also torn. So this is on the dead NAND board. Okay. I just need to make sure I get my notes correct. Separate out the voltage readings. APU thermal pad is torn. I'm gonna have to order some thermal pads from AliExpress, or I might be able to get away with some putty. I don't think I can. I'm not too familiar with thermal pads, so that's all kind of a new frontier. Let's just get all of this just disconnected. It is a fuse. How do I know that? How did I completely miss? You know, I say that the identifying these components based on color is fairly reliable in the sense that like black is resistor, tan is capacitor. Do you know what other method is a good like indicator of what a component is? F10. That's a fuse. And there's continuity through it. HL? I'm gonna see if that corresponds with anything. If that's like a rating. HL. I have a WiiU with a 3.3 volt line that has a dead fuse. Fuse labeled F10. Has the mark HL on it. See if AI comes up with anything at all. It normally reads open circuit. Yeah, that's how a fuse works. Oh, it is grabbing on that it is indeed the disk drive, so there is some... It is blown looking for rating. It's like, well, if it's an open circuit, then that is... a 1.5 or 2 amp fast acting fuse. Let me check what the fuses for Nintendo DSIs use. I've noted this down. It's not easy to find my own posts. Do I have to go to my... Here it is. My ungodly and unwieldy master solution list for Nintendo DSIs that cover just about everything I could find on Reddit. Fuse. A 1.25 fast acting. Thought I had more information on this. Here it is. Fuse current 1 amp. I don't know. I need to see what I bought. Bought like a pack of 100 of them for dirt on AliExpress. Just because those are pretty common failure points on Nintendo DSi consoles. And there's 2 of them on the board, or 2 of them per console. They usually don't both blow, but sometimes one will blow. I don't think I've ever seen both of them blow at the same time. That'd be wild. Oh, brother. Okay. Fuse. 100 replacement fuses. I don't know if it will give me ratings. No, I just AliExpress fuses. Okay. So we have our problem. It is a fuse. Let us replace said fuse. Again, make sure I just get everything put back to where it belongs. That components keep going where they go. I think this foot went with the original console, but I guess it really doesn't matter what foot goes where. Okay, so fuse. Let me see where I have my fuses. Helping hands. Because I still have the heatsink plugged in, I'm just gonna help balance out the board with my helping hands. Should also get the motherboard serial number while I'm here. Because there's I just clamped onto the sticker. I could probably also get the disk drive serial number. So it is 066337333D 80624. Okay, I think I kept my fuses nearby. Yeah, here they are, my little reel of fuses. Now, these fuses are pretty small. I don't know if that's going to cause a problem. I mean, it should be fine. I might have to stretch this blob a little bit, but before I get too far, I'm just going to confirm for the very last time that that fuse is indeed dead. Continuity test on my multimeter. Not even a chirp. Okay. Being very careful as this is very, very small. F. You should just put all fuses with a big goddamn F on it. I really wish this resistor next to me wasn't next to the fuse wasn't there. A little hard to heat up both pads at the same time with it being where it's at. Might be able to come and do this angle. You know what? I think that'll work. Poking up a little, like. Let's see if I can make those. Make my joints look a little better than that. It is connected. That's all that matters. That looks a little better anyway. Okie dokie. Alright. I'm getting connection through the fuse. Now, time for the moment of truth. Want to check and make sure I didn't accidentally, like, put way too much solder on and made a bridge. It's fine. Yeah, it's a little propped up, but it's fine. Right. Disk drive, go in. I'm feeling very confident about this one. Sure all the antennas are accounted for before I go plugging power in so I don't have another short. That was not a fun pop. I think that was on my Roach console, which I really don't care too much about. It's been compromised. Stupid cockroaches. Alright, will the disk drive make a noise when I turn it on? No, it does not. Didn't even peep. What if the fuse blew? Right now, the disk drive is, in fact, still dead. This might be very sketchy. Fairly certain it won't overheat, but I need to check the voltage on pin. What would be pin 8? So that should be pin 21. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm getting 3.3 volts to pin 8 now. But why is the disk drive just still dead? Try and see if I can probe the 8. Probably that one that has all the damage. Like maybe I destroyed the solder joint? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's getting 3.3 volts. Like the pad is getting 3.3 volts, not just the pin. Oh boy, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna turn the console off and just turn it back on. Nothing. Everything's plugged in. 3.3 volts is making it to the disk drive on the pin that did not have 3.3 volts. Alright, well, I think I need to go on a hunt for more fuses. Get this unplugged. Ooh, Ooh, that heatsink's getting warm. Wow. Sitting on that main menu. Oof. Put way too much bloat on it. What I should do is pivot this and retest all the pins. Because this would at least confirm that the motherboard is now free of faults. That is still super goddamn warm. Wow. Because this drive mechanically works, so now it's what's wrong. Is this board now, like, have I isolated it down to the daughter board? Like, is the daughter board now the culprit? Let me grab my notes here again. I need to recorrect my notes. Pin 21 leads to the F10 fuse, which was blown. Replacing with a DSI fuse, restored 3.3 volt to pin 8. So what I want to do is go over all of the voltages again. I need to grab my main notes, or the notes off my good board. So it's 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. And I really think everything is probably okay. That's going to be the most frustrating thing. But either way, I need to look again, just one more time. This will confirm that now the issue rests with the daughter board, not the motherboard. I should run a test, actually. What happens if I use the wrong disk drive? Will it pulse? Will it make any noise at all? Like, what if just somewhere along the line I accidentally swapped daughter boards without realizing it when I was going through the kerfuffle with my other consoles, and I just didn't realize that I swapped the motherboards but never put them back? What are the chances? And I mean, we'll just see. Because if this is also the wrong board, it may just not yield any meaningful results. That disk drive just respawned. So I'm turning off. That disk drive just, it pulsed in and out. This is the wrong disk drive. So it should boot into an error. My understanding is these are married. Let me just do that real quick and just confirm it. That's what it's going to do, but I can hear the disk drive going. Like, it's doing a pull in, pull out, sort of like, I don't know if it's like resetting the internals of it just to make sure it's all at a baseline point to accept a disk. Okay, yeah, it's just going to spit me an error. Just saying, basically, you're dumb. This is the wrong disk drive. They're married. Stop trying to pirate on our consoles. So if it was the wrong main board, this console wouldn't even boot. The console is booting, so it is the right main board. I just needed to confirm that for myself. But the main board is pulsing the disk drive. So now everything is, all eyes are on this disk drive. So now I can go back to doing that voltage testing I wanted to do, just to make sure that every pin, because I can't exactly test the voltage of a disk drive that's incompatible because it won't boot fully. Like, I won't be able to actually test a disk with it. All right. Here are my row of pins. Turning the console on right now. Still nothing. Also, well, I mean, it doesn't even have gosh darn power. Turning on. This drive is still dead. Nothing coming out of it. So let's check the voltage of these pins again. Reorient my windows here so I can have a full screen image. Okay. Pin 8 should have 3.3 volts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pin 8 right here. Yes. Pin 10, 9, 10 should also have 3.3 volts. 12 should also have 3 volts. 14 and 15 should be 3 volts. So I'm at 12 right now. 12, 13, 14, 15. 3.3, 3.3. 19, 20, and 21, which are going to be these three right here, are going to all have 5 volts. And then the last 3 pins are 1.2. Okay, all of the voltage coming into the disk drive is good. Nothing should prevent it from working. Let me get the console off and now full focus on to the disk drive. Could it have something to do with that little resistor I replaced on the disk drive? Just sure, I suppose. I find it unlikely. But all eyes on this guy now. I'm going to do just a visual inspection to see if there's, unfortunately for this one, there are no labels for components. So I'm going to have to go back to my, what I think is a somewhat reliable color code of resistors and capacitors. What I might want to do is just take this under the microscope, my stereo microscope, just to see if there's anything weird. I mean, I could do resistance readings on that little resistor I replaced, on the off chance that maybe I misunderstood what that fuse is, or what I misunderstood what that resistor rating was, and replaced it with an incorrect, like a completely incorrect one. Because that's currently my best lead, is that resistor I replaced that looked physically damaged. I'm going to take this little sticker off so I don't confuse myself. I'm going to have to be very careful. So the one that has the big gaudy sticker on it is the one that is of fault. And the one without the big gaudy sticker on it is the good one. Nice being able to have a... That is definitely 100. Like, the labeling on that is 100. Without a shadow of a doubt. What does it say on its resistance? Ten ohms. So I need a 10 ohm resistor, and I don't have a 10 ohm resistor. I had to make do with a 20, but I mean, I might have to keep looking. Yeah, that looks awful. I did a god awful job. But I mean, it works. Yeah, 20 ohm a difference may be the... Well, I guess, let me see if any of my Nintendo DSi XL junk boards have a 10 ohm resistor. I don't know if they do or not. Alright. Junk DSi XL boards. Junked for various reasons. I mean, I think one of these was completely cracked in half. Like, yeah, like this one has just a gnarly bend in it. I guess it's not very visible, but, well, it is very visible. Yeah, right there, you can see that's just been bent down. So now, I gotta go resistor hunting. What are the chances I find a 10? To be honest, I actually don't know. I did some resistor hunting on these boards to get a 50k ohm resistor for a Xbox Series S. I don't think I've seen one that's 10, exactly 10 ohms. Thankfully, I'm very familiar with how this board is labeled, and I mean, it's labeled pretty well. This is not my first rodeo around this board. I mean, I could also... There is a schematic for the DSi that has been handmade. I don't think it has resistance values of resistors. I think it just says, like, yeah, there's a resistor here. or this resistor leads to this component, which on its own is insanely valuable. And if that means me having to sort of probe around this board by hand to look for a 10 ohm resistor, that's a price I'm willing to pay. I think this was also a board. It looks like I was also did not so very good job removing the game card slot. If it had a game card slot to begin with, I don't remember. These are just going to be really high resistance value. Or basically none. Old flux on this. Whoa, was that it? Did I find one? Resistor 133? Are you my guy? No. Boo. Oh, I was so excited. I almost should pull this off circuit. No, it looks like it's not. Okay, I'm giving up on that one. They're all filters. Looks like I took off the audio chip. I think to fix the corroded board that had a couple legs eaten away. I mean, all I need to see is K. That's a capacitor. Anything else around here? Yeah, there's that crack. Like, I don't know how many layers this board is, but I saw that. I'm like, yeah, this thing's garbage. There's no way I'm going to be able to verify that this will ever become a functional board ever again. I'll deal with everything around the CPU and the RAM later. Get the disk drive out of the way. I think I checked those. I remember removing 54. 50. 300. Check this one more time. 50. I don't want to, like, throw in the towel too early, but I might be SOL. I'm gonna have to purchase a resistor pack that has a 10 in it. I really don't remember just a 10. I did check the entirety of my... Hang on a second. Okay, when I put my burbs on this one, it was like perfectly 1k. It's like, whoa. Like, I don't think I've ever seen like a perfect resistance value. It's usually like plus or minus a few. Which I mean is all within spec to how I understand. Oh, I'm kind of striking out here. Resistor, filter, resistor. $50. Alright, this is sort of the final spot that can hold any well, components. Ooh, right here? It's 15 ohms. It's not 20. I need 10. It's 15.9. I mean, the worst thing that can happen is nothing, I think. It won't move Or it won't make my... I don't think it will make my problem any worse. I think the only thing that can make my problem worse is if I run a wire across it and just say, resistance my butt. Okay, I have to try. It's one of these ones. Resistor 111. Right? It's 5 ohm resistance. There's 5 ohms of more resistance, but I'm going to make the gamble that either that doesn't matter or is an insignificant difference. It's not 20 or what 22 or whatever. It is much, much less. Okay, have it on my tweezer. Is the DSI board coming in clutch again? Unlikely, but I have hope. Get rid of my gaudy, try and clean up my solder job a little more. I mean, that looks awful, but it works. Connecting 2 points. I'll try and clean it up. Yeah, I'll just say goodbye to that other resistor and it turned on its side. I didn't exactly intend that. Don't want it. Oh no, it didn't. There. That looks like that belongs. Sorta. Ignore all the solder mask I accidentally like scratched away and caused more solder to stick to those pads, but it's not bridging. There will still be a discrepancy of 5 ohms. Will that difference be insignificant enough? I think I need to clean my needle tips poking around that board with flux all over it. So it is now 15 ohms instead of 22. Okay, let's see if that does it. If that is it. I mean, I don't want to run a wire. If it comes down to it, I will buy 10 ohm resistors and get to it when they arrive. This will just have to be a WiiU I sit on. I want to check something. I do have a resistor kit, but they're like the full through-hole resistors. Like those types. What would be... This would not work as a solution just because of how this board has to sit in. But if I need a 10k ohm resistor, I have a 10k ohm resistor. If I solder that into those two pads, and I can get 10k ohm resistance just to prove that this board, the main board works, or if that was the problem to begin with. Because I do have, it's just like this style of resistor would just simply not work on this board. The board would not fit into the disk drive, and it would just, it'd look ugly as hell. But this is an actionable plan, because I do have a 10k resistor, or a 10 ohm resistor, just in a weird form, let's say. What I am curious is I should be testing to see if pin 8 goes to that resistor, if there's any correlation. Like maybe that resistor cracked, or maybe voltage got through that fuse initially, popped that resistor, and then popped the fuse. Okay, power's in, pressing the power button. Not quite yet. Get the antenna out of the way. I was hearing a noise. It was the fan vibrating. Still nothing. Is this circuit really that, like, sensitive to 5 ohm resistance? Not responding to disks. Console is on. Powering it off. Okay, it's unpowered. Unplug it. Right, Hail Mary. I'll try putting on this massive 10k or 10 ohm resistor and just see what happens. I'll be rather shocked if this works. I don't think it will. But so far, this is the one variable I've identified. You know what? I can't have it on my Omnivice. I don't have enough working space. Okay, got it in my tweezer. Okay, grab a 10 resistor. And when I mean this is too big, I mean this is too big. I need to turn on my microscope. There we go. So resistor resistance rating at exactly 10 ohms. Well, let's bendy these legs down to a acceptable distance and try and solder it on. Ooh, this might be kind of hard actually. Let me bendy this way. Okay, grabbed onto it. That is not holding onto it very well. It's a bit awkward. I think I just need more solder to connect to just these little legs this long. I mean, that's not pretty, but that works. It's going to be removed. This is definitely temporary, but... So now, do I have 10k or 10 resistance? I'm getting tired of saying that. 10. Does it have 10 resistance points? Close enough, I think. It's not 10, it's... I could try and cut the leg shorter. I don't know if the leg length... 10, 10.9. Okay. This will prove to me that if that resistor was at fault, I can get power. Yeah, this would not work in a normal... I probably couldn't get this to work with a resistor that big. For the sake of illustration... Okay, I need to make sure that I didn't accidentally break one of the legs off. I think we're still connected. There it is. I'm not going to put that screw in. I'm gonna have to take it out anyway. Try one last time. I've been working on this for much longer than I expected. But I feel like I'm very close. Be careful. Okay. Does 5 ohms make the difference between a dead daughter board and an alive daughter board? My money is on no. I don't think it matters. But I did not prompt this console to turn on. But I did not hear anything of the disk drive. Well, I mean, that's not going to work because I don't have the thing. Or I don't have the IR sender and receiver plugged in. Maybe the signal of a disk being put in turned on the console. I hear nothing. I wonder if I can get a voltage reading off the leg of that resistor that I can see. .2 volts. I don't think I can get the other side of this resistor very cleanly. 1.2. So 1.2 volts is going through that resistor. And by all accounts, it should be connected. So if 1.2 volts is going through that, that means that is not a part of that 3.3 line that was burned out from that fuse. Okay, let me get this turned off. I'm going to put that 15 ohm resistor back. The little surface mounted feller. That hopefully still exists somewhere. I think it's right there. And just hope that that is enough. Like, even though it is technically not a 10 ohm resistor, it is close enough that the difference isn't big enough to cause a problem. I can check and see if my solder job came off. No, it's solid. Yeah. So it is something else. I think my next phase would be doing voltage testing on the... or a voltage comparison on this board. Compared to the other one, and I don't really have it in me right now. I might do that later today. Just to see if I find anything. Just gonna put this resistor back real quick and call it good. That's about the most I can do for this right now. And then the small surface mounted resistor that I just put in. Is like a 15 ohm resistor. So there is a 22 ohm resistor, so this might actually be a 10 ohm. It's just like a little out of spec or on like the fringes of what would be okay for a 10 ohm. Gonna sort of clean up this joint a little with a little bit of flux, make it look a little nicer. As nice as two giant blobs encompassing a small surface mounted resistor can. I didn't want to clean off the solder from the 10, the through hole that I put on. I don't think that's really necessary. This is not going to be a fun thing to do voltage testing on. I think just purely because of how all of the I would either have to take apart, like completely take apart both drives, and then sort of like put them in a test bench scenario, spray them out on a like dissection pad. At least get this cleaned up. But I think what I'll do is just carefully later, of course, I need a break. I'll just carefully go over every single component to just see, is there anything at all that is like suspect? Are there any fuses I missed? Is there another cracked resistor? Should I trace that 8-volt line down? Like, I think these are two resistors. Or two fuses. But I think I remember checking these. And it's like, well, it's fine. Yeah, they're both fine. So yeah, I'll just have to look at that later. I did solve one problem, blown fuse on the main board, which could be sort of the source of my problem that I might need to look into a little more. Like where does that 8-volt line go, or where does pin 8 go relative to this whole board? And does it lead to another component that might be faulty? But that will be a problem for later. Well, the board you saw me fry was in fact my control board, not actually my experimental board. So what I was doing is I went through this entire chip, probed all 176 pins, and got voltage readings off of all of them. I went to go do the same thing on my control board and touched pin, I think it was 30 and 31, which I identified as 2 lines coming out of what I believe is a SD-RAM. To the best of my knowledge, I think I cooked this SoC. So not only is this board completely dead, but also the WiiU is functionally dead as well. That was a WiiU that had a dead system NAND, so I don't necessarily lose too much. That system, that board, I know that motherboard can be recovered with various workarounds, but it would take work, and now that this board is completely dead, that entire console is now junk. I will be able to use it. I'll be able to use pretty much everything but these two board, or this board and the other board that I have off screen, to outfit my cockroach WiiU that is otherwise fine, but like all the metal shielding and stuff are just completely rusted away. So for this board, it's possible that maybe I just cooked the DRAM and I can get that replaced, but I'm leaning towards it's probably the SoC that got cooked. As for this board, well, I mean, now since I have a junk board, essentially, I took the resistor off, the 10 ohm resistor, and plopped it onto this one just to see if the actual surface mounted 10 ohm resistor that this didn't have, that I had to sort of make work with like a 22 ohm resistor, just to see if that's all that was needed the entire time. And I cooked this board for no reason. Well, I just put it together, I just turned it on, and no, it didn't matter. So there's still something up with this board, but I think for not to further risk frying another board on a console that otherwise works just fine, I'm just going to have to sit on this until I get more knowledge, just to see what it could possibly be. Maybe it is the DRAM that got fried at one point, but the SoC is still fine. So just in part of like the initialization of the disk drive, it's either waiting for voltage or something. There's something. I would think I would be able to find it by probing all the pins on this, but since I have a cooked board, that this board won't even initialize the mechanics of a disk drive similar to this one, so it's exhibiting the same system other than this one throwing out a code. So maybe I can get another control board that I can probe, maybe a console that is like run over or something, or maybe it also has dead system NAND. But for now, I'm just going to have to shelf this one until I can get more information. Which is a bit unfortunate because there really isn't anything obviously wrong. But I wouldn't exactly know where to probe from here, so I'm just going to have to wait.